What's up, YouTube? I am Chris Porto, founder of Ethereum, and we are under construction, trying to get into a flow. And went on a long walk today in Fishtown here, Philadelphia, trying to give birth to this platform. Ethereum is a lifestyle foundation dedicated to the evolution of consciousness and culture through intentional intelligence and shared practice. That's the mission statement. Organizational structure is it's a nonprofit foundation as the umbrella entity. It has for-profit subsidiaries underneath: governance model, holacracy, and conscious capitalism. Why nonprofit at the core removes profit pressure, mission stays pure. Core marketing pillars: own your data, own your day, own your destiny. Define your way. Trinity is the trusted voice-first AI with memory. Ethereum is essentially the intentional layer. It's not an app, it's a journey. It's not a tool, it's a vibe. Do you want to go on a journey? Because that's what Ethereum, not Ethereum. Ethereum promises. The three community dimensions: learning, adventure, and practice. Learning is the gateway. Essentially, it's a think tank focused on philosophy, neuroscience, ancient wisdom, sacred geometry, physics, spirituality, science, philosophy. The programming is adventure. So we're designing this to make it an adventure. Wandering, exploring. It's a mobile-first lifestyle. The practice essentially boils down to daily rhythms, elemental practices, and embodied work. It's a life practice at its core. Product architecture, Notion. So we're using Notion as the unified data layer right now for tasks, projects, contacts, and notes. One master workspace mirroring the Life OS system, the Ethereum Life operating system, which covers 8 key areas. Work area contains the 3 ventures, in my instance: personal brand, Ethereum, and Futurescape. Global contacts database with tags, family, friends, future state, Ethereum, no traditional notes. Voice scripts are the notes. The Ethereum app is the intentional voice interface. We're going to be focused on building that today, the React mobile first full screen. Trinity is a single voice persona orchestrating across all of the core LLMs, primarily Claude and OpenAI, ChatGPT, which is really the voice interface. Claude is more of the orchestrator behind the scenes. Discord is the Agora, the outer circle online magazine is kind of the homepage. It's a digital magazine with daily fresh content. The 7-day journey is the core product, or it's the trial. It's structured 1 hour long voice conversations per day with Trinity for 7 days. Days 1 to 5, 5 elemental days, 10 questions, day mapped to one of the 5 dimensions, 10-minute elemental practice per day, Aether intention, fire volition, air cognition, water emotion, earth action. Day 6 and 7 are deeper integration. Saturday is more about reflection and connection. The output per session is full transcripts, summary, action items, quotes, implicit assessment of the user's 5 intelligences, stored on device in the Life OS folder structure. So this is why you own your own data. Major insights from this conversation: scale intention without burning out. We're endeavoring to scale intention without burning out. Ethereum is the intentional layer on top of Notion, not competing with productivity tools, but making them conscious. Trinity is one voice routing across many AIs, like Ethereum routes across the 5 LLMs. The conversation is the work. Talk first, mobile first, agents organized in the background. Sacred agents, not secret agents. Combat doubt, amplify trust. Turn down doubt, turn up trust. Triple helix offering: the narrative, the experiential, and the theoretical. Beauty, truth, and goodness as the core values. Data sovereignty is the trust foundation, recorded on device, owned by the user. Marketing the journey, not the finished product. Under construction itself has value. So that's why I'm building in public here. Seven touch points equals transformation. That's the thesis. Classic marketing principle baked into the product. 7 days to transformation. Chris Porto, identity locked. I am the creator and builder of Ethereum. Tonight's critical path, gating item: get Trinity voice enabled in a React app so the 7-day experiment can start tomorrow. Can I get this done tonight? Plan: pull existing HTML mockups into Claude Code, wire up web speech API, voice input, TTS, text to speech. This is a huge one here. Text to speech. We are voice first and text to speech. So the app is actually talking to you. Voice output via OpenAI. Claude API is orchestration layer behind the scenes. Test full screen mobile experience on phone. In parallel, begin Notion workspace setup mirroring the Life OS. So I'm also going to be focused on setting up our Notion workspace as a reflection of the Ethereum Life operating system, which has a terminal that users engage with. Next week commitment: 1 hour conversation per day, Saturday to Friday. If not transformative after 7 days, reassess. So I'm going to be the first instance in going through this. Saturday energy, like it was today, it was a lot about connection first and foremost, and then reflection. So connect with those that you care about, and do things that are deeply connecting, and then reflection on the past and the future. So it's reflection, connection, and visioning. Capture all sessions as content. Creator Studio is the raw material. So I want these hour-long conversations to be the output that someone gets as the offering. Content strategy: long form, stream of consciousness walks. This conversation is the template. Short form, YouTube shorts, reels around the 3 pillars. Live demos show Trinity working in real time. More powerful than explaining. Future hardware, meta glasses for hands-free capture while wandering. Definitely need to get those. Open items still to define. Exact 10 questions per dimension. Elemental practices per day. Trinity's onboarding script. The headline takeaway: you have the vision, the mission, the structure, the pitch, and the architecture all locked. The only thing standing between you and proof of concept is a talking Trinity. Build that tonight. Run the 7-day journey on yourself starting tomorrow. Everything else cascades from there. Okay, let's do it then. Give me the necessary prompt or code to find the HTML mockup for the app and give it the necessary context for what we are trying to achieve. What I need to start doing is actually use WhisperFlow, but for now, this is fine. All right, so this is building in public. This is what takes to build something, something that is meaningful and purposeful. This is my attempt at living a meaningful and purposeful life. Still trying to find the right place for this lava lamp. I feel like maybe it should be in the middle. Prompt, wired Trinity voice interface, copy this into code. I'm building Ethereum, a lifestyle foundation dedicated to the evolution of consciousness and culture through intentional intelligence and shared practice. The app's core experience is a voice-first interface called Trinity that guides users through a 7-day transformation journey. I have existing HTML mockups for the app in this project. Your first task is to find them and read them carefully so you understand the visual language structure and intended user experience before writing any code. What I need you to build, tonight's goal, a working voice interface for Trinity, a React app where I can press a button, speak, and have Trinity respond out loud in a coherent conversation. This is the gating item for running my 7-day proof of concept experiment starting tomorrow. This is an MVP. It does not need to be deployed. It needs to run locally on my desktop, be testable on mobile, full screen immersive, and let me actually have 1-hour long conversations with Trinity. Step 1, discovery. Do this first. Don't skip. Search the project for the existing HTML mockups. Read every mockup file you find. Check for any existing React at Next.js scaffolding. Report back to me. Stop and wait for my confirmation before writing any code. Technical architecture. After I confirm, build a React app, not Next.js, because I need full control over the mobile device experience and full screen immersive UI. Next.js was previously limiting for this. Voice stack. Voice input, web speech API, speech recognition for speech to text, voice output, OpenAI TTS API, cheaper than L11 Labs for hour-long sessions, conversation logic orchestration, Anthropic Claude API, Sonnet 4. Anthropic Claude API, Sonnet 4. Claude is the secret sacred agent behind Trinity. Why this split? Claude orchestrates the intentional intelligence. OpenAI voices it. Cost optimized for long sessions. Critical UI requirements. Full screen mobile first. Trinity system prompt. Trinity needs a foundational personality. Draft a system prompt for the Claude API call that captures persona, core functions, style, mission, and memory. For now, conversation memory lives in session. We'll add persistence layer. Show me the draft system prompt before wiring it so I can refine it. API key handling, what success looks like. I would say that the one major point that stood out to me was the memory. It needs to be a deep reflection of the life OS system that we've created, as the data will be stored on device and backed up and synced with desktop and backed up online. Good catch. That's foundational architecture decision, not an afterthought. Let me rewrite the relevant section of the prompt so memory is treated as core infrastructure from the start. Replace step 4 and add a new step 3.5 in the prompt above this. Memory architecture core, not an afterthought. For Knights MVB, build a local file system writer. Every conversation saves to disk in the Life OS. Folder structure, don't build Google Drive sync yet. Don't build desktop mobile sync yet. Do build the folder structure scaffolding so it's there for day one. Before you code, propose the exact folder structure based on Life OS and naming conventions. This reframes the build. We're not making a chatbot that happens to save logs. We're making a personal knowledge system that you happen to talk to. The Life OS folder structure on your device is the product. Trinity is the voice that writes to it intelligently. This also future-proofs for the agentic vision. When agents come in later, they're reading and writing to the same human-readable file system. No migration, no proprietary format, just a folder structure that gets smarter as more agents work within it. Want me to also draft what the step 1 discovery? Yeah, redraft the whole thing. Copy and paste into. So as far as my setup goes here, started clearing out the excess in the corner there. Still debating whether I keep these out or make less clutter. All right, so here we go. Take that and paste it into Claude. But I have been trying to stick to this convention 60508. I was tempted to not do a start due day prompt, but it's the convention that I've been trying to follow. And yet I have a very clear mandate to share. The idea with Ethereum is that we're trying to create a rhythm, create a flow in your life that will help you evolve, help myself evolve, and leverage these tools that we have to orchestrate our lives and navigate the way. Okay, so while it's working on that code, that is, okay, I sent that to code start. In parallel, we said we were going to set up Notion. I've never worked in Notion, but have experience with lots of different productivity suites in the past. Let's create a new prompt for both Claude chat and chat GPT chat. So we can do a back and forth work session to get this up and running. I like the back and forward. But orchestrating that is not the easiest. Prompt for Claude chat and chat GPT chat, Notion workspace setup session, copy this into a new Claude conversation and chat GPT conversation, run them in parallel, let them generate complementary perspectives. If anything, it's a good test for me to work with both chat GPT, and now it has codex, which I'm not even sure where that is, because this where do I access codex? Where do I access codex? It doesn't seem like a obvious area in this desktop ChatGPT. Codex is a little hidden right now in the desktop experience, depending on your app version and rollout status. Let me show you this. Trouble is finding files now. Ethereum, active. Might be under personal brand. OBS scenes. How's this look? So codecs is a little hidden in the left sidebar of the desktop app. Look for codecs icon tab beneath your chats or tool section. Let's say. Try restarting the app completely. Sometimes it's under a tools or more section depending on window width. On Mac, you may also have access to the standalone codecs app separately from the main ChatGPT desktop app. Okay, well, this changes it. So let's see. I'm try and change these screens as we're going. Chrome browser. How does that look? Okay, download from Mac OS. Trying to adopt the different tools that are necessary while not trying to get too distracted. La, 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 la. Cloud code obviously needs most of my attention because that's the hardest part to execute. So auto title, lead line, date first, HW, follow. This thing is so dense. Interface is just not easily understood. Choose your past training mandate as today's mandate. All right, so I've downloaded Codex. I don't know why it has two different apps. Okay, trying to log in regularly with sign into Codex with ChatGPT. By continuing, ChatGPT will share your name, email, and profile picture with Codex to link your account. Continue. Work from other AI apps. Bring over your setup, projects, and recent chats. The affected standard cloud chat data cannot be imported. Existing projects folder. Chat session selected. Chat GPT or GPT 5.5 is now available in Codex. It's our strongest agentic coding model yet, built to reason through large code bases, check assumptions with tools, and keep going until the work is done. Uses more quota per token than GPT 5.4, but needs fewer tokens to get the job done. So we'll try it. All right, so it looks very similar. Background agent completed. Trinity build discovery suite. Reading you execute the Trinity prompt step 1 discovery here at LifeOS root and report back. Running the discovery sweep now. I'll delegate the broad system file system inventory to an explore agent and read the load bearing Ethereum canon files in parallel. Okay, let's shift over to OBS and adjust this to code. This is ChatGPT. Now we've got Claude Code. Okay, so we got codecs up. We also show you verify whether your current desktop version should include codecs. Show what the icon UI looks like or walk you through installing the standalone codecs app on Mac. Yet another tool to manage. Okay, so chat. We are copying and pasting the prompt we came up with for the Notion workspace setup. We can also draft a first question script for you. Treat the two AIs like two consultants given second opinions. Open Claude chat in one tab. Paste the prompt. Let Claude respond. Open the ChatGPT in another app. Paste the prompt. Let ChatGPT respond. Compare the two responses. Notice where they agree. High confidence. Go with it. And where they diverge. Pick whichever AI structure feels cleaner as your primary. When you hit a decision you're unsure about, bring it back here. Okay, so I'm going to have two chats going. And they're going to compare for me. Let's see. New window in ChatGPT and new session in chat. And this is really the Ethereum. It's kind of Life OS. All right, absolutely. First question, where are the exact 8 Life OS areas you want as your top level Notion structure? List them in whatever rough form you have. Once you give me those, I'll propose the initial workspace architecture, top level pages, core databases, and how work, personal brand, Ethereum, Futurescape should nest cleanly. Claude is saying the same thing. So, got it. I've read your prompt and understand the assignment. Before I propose any architecture, I need the actual ground truth from you. List them exactly. So it's asking the same thing. So I'm going to copy and paste or take a snapshot of the folder structure. And give both of them $10:40 at night, and I'm like just getting going. Perfect. That's exactly what I needed. I can see the structure cleanly. To the 8 Life OS areas: self, meaning, relationships, growth, work, wealth, play, community. With 3 ventures: personal brand, Ethereum, Futurescape for my instance, plus 3 structural folders that aren't areas but operational scaffolding. System, inbox, operations, that distinction matters. Those need to exist in Notion too, but they're plumbing, not life areas. Don't let them pollute the area property. Before I draft the full architecture, I need to clarify 2 things that will significantly change the proposal. I'll ask one at a time for your instructions. Question 2, how do self, meaning, growth differ in practice for you? I'm asking because in most Life OS systems I've seen, these 3 blur into each other. Self, often body, mind, identity, daily practice. Meaning, often philosophy, spirituality, purpose, values. Growth, often learning, skill development, becoming. If your distinctions are sharp, single select area works perfectly. If they bleed, meditation practice is both self and meaning. Reading a philosophy book is both meaning and growth. We have two architectural choices, and I want to pick the right one before we build. Option A, single select area, and you commit to a primary home rule. Every item lives in exactly one area, even if it touches others. Simpler, faster, forces clarity. Single select area plus separate multi-select touches property for cross-cutting concerns. My strong default is option A. The folder structure you've already built suggests you've made these choices once. You didn't create overlap folders, but tell me how the three actually feel distinct to you in a lived practice. I'm good with option A. Self should be more about practice. Those broad brush strokes mentioned seem aligned. Okay, here's ChatGPT then. And perfect. This is already a strong systems foundation. Your 8 life OS areas: inbox, self, meaning, relationships, growth, work, wealth, play, community. And then you have system operations. That tells me something important. You already think architecturally in layers, not just categories. That's good. My first architectural recommendation: do not recreate your Finder folder structure literally inside Notion. Notion works best when databases are global. Organization happens through properties and filtered views. Pages become dashboards, interfaces into shared data. This is the single biggest mistake new Notion users make. They create nested folders, pages instead of relational systems. You want one unified data graph, many contextual views. This is what makes it future agent ready. My recommended architecture: top layer interface pages. Your 8 life areas become top level dashboard pages, not isolated silos. So the sidebar becomes something like home, inbox, self, meaning, relationships, growth, work, wealth, play, community, operations, system. Each of those pages contains linked database views filtered to that area. The database themselves lives centrally inside system into the databases. This separation is extremely important. The actual core databases, you need fewer databases than you think. My recommended V1 stack: tasks, projects, areas, your persistent life domain areas. Yes, the 8 areas should also be a database. Contacts, global relationship graph, conversations, voice transcripts, and AI interactions. This becomes Trinity's memory substrate, resources, reference material, length, documents, ideas, ventures, only for work substructure, personal brand, Ethereum, Futurescape. Critical recommendations: use databases for areas, not just pages. This is the most important architecture decisions. Why? Because then tasks can relate to areas, projects can relate to areas, conversations can relate to areas, contacts can relate to areas, AI agents can query areas systemically. Proposed data model. Here's the high-level relational graph: areas, projects, tasks, contacts, conversations, ventures, projects, tasks, work area structure. This is important. That's deep nested pages. Do not create. Instead, create ventures database with entries: Ethereum, Futurescape, personal brand, then projects related to ventures. You do not need. My strong recommendation for your homepage: do not make home a dumping ground. Make a command center. Include only today, active projects, recent conversations. Next important decision before we move into exact schemas: I need to know, how do you think about projects operationally? Specifically, which feels more true to your workflow? You mostly work in ongoing streams without clear endpoints. Gosh. Okay, so there's some difference between the two approaches. Back to code. I'm just going to copy and paste what it says back into the thread. about to copy and paste Claude's response, then felt like I needed to turn this thread from earlier's walk to its own transcript, just the walk, before we go into a long back and forth. Save the walk as a standalone document. Recommended. Let me generate a clean markdown document. The walk transcript. Header, full transcript, structured signal output, major insights, open threads. Just the transcript. Okay, and then also make this into a format that we could repeat for the 7 days. That also has quotes from me for social media and other content idea outputs. We're trying to make this whole process the actual content stream. Perfect. This is exactly the right move. You're not just archiving today's walk. You're defining the template that Trinity will use for every conversation going forward. Let me build both the files for today and the reusable template. Let me check the relevant skills. Good for markdown files. I don't need a special skill. Let me create the 3 files. Today's transcript, today's synthesis, and the reusable template. Back to ChatGPT, this is pretty different from Claude Chat's take. Write me something to send back to Claude so that you guys can debate the best path. So now I'm going to try and get them to interact with each other. ChatGPT proposed a fairly opinionated architecture. That's what it says. So back into chat, Claude Chat. And it said locked option A, single select area, primary home rule. Good. That's the discipline that keeps from sprawling. What's the relationship between Trinity, the voice, and Notion in terms of write patterns? Specifically, when you have a voice conversation with Trinity, what comes out the other end and lands in Notion? I can imagine a few patterns. They imply different schemas. Conversation as atomic unit. Each voice session, one row in a conversations database. Transcript is the page body. Conversation is source. Agents extract. Structured children. This pattern matters. Conversations is essentially a notes database. Minimal schema, maybe 4 database total. Conversations need robust relations. So they're almost talking about 2 different things now. My instinct, given where you are today, start with pattern C. Design the schema as if pattern B is coming. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'm sending you here a response from ChatGPT to evaluate the best path forward. It got more into structure than workflow like you did. Good, this is exactly the right way to use two models. Let me actually do this critique, not wedge, where ChatGPT is right. 3 things it nailed. Don't mirror Finder folders literally, correct. Notion's power is relational, not hierarchical. If you replicate folders, you've built a worse file system, not a better OS. The Finder structure is your mental model. Notion's job is to service that model through views, not duplicate it as nested pages. Ventures as a database, not nested pages. This is right, and I'd have gotten here too. If Ethereum, Futurescape, and Personal Brand are nested pages under a work page, then every time you want to ask, show me all active Ethereum projects across work, community, wealth, you're hunting through a tree. If venture is a property relation, that question is one filtered view. Ventures will also grow. You'll add a 4th eventually. Pages don't scale. Database rows do. One unified data graph, many contextual views, philosophically correct. This is how Notion is meant to be used. Where ChatGPT is wrong, or at least risky for you specifically, areas as a database is over-engineered. You have 8 areas. They will not change. They are not records. They are taxonomy. Putting them in a database means every time you want to filter by area, you're filtering by a relation rather than a select property. You introduce a layer of indirection for zero gain. Agents don't need areas as database to understand them, a consistent select pattern. The only reason to make areas a database, system databases, centralized location is technically correct, operationally cold. ChatGPT is right, the databases should live in one place structurally, but the interface you live in shouldn't be system, databases, tasks. That's a developer's view of the system. You're a builder with a philosophical orientation. You'll open Notion, see system, and feel like you're doing IT admin instead of living your life. The fix is what ChatGPT half implied. Resources as a core database is premature. You said no traditional notes database. Transcripts are notes. Resources, articles, books, links, references is the kind of database that sounds essential and then sits empty for 6 months because you never actually file anything there. You have Readwise, browser bookmarks, Kindle highlights. Those are already resource systems. Don't build a 5th one in Notion until you feel the pain of not having it. Everything is a database risk for a first-time Notion user. Yes, this is real. The cognitive overhead isn't from having databases. It's from having to decide which database something belongs to. Mobile friction, directly answering your Q3. Notion on mobile is functional, not great. Specific pain points, the centralized model worsens. Relation properties on mobile require tapping in, searching, selecting, backing out. Linked database views, load. Cognitive overhead, directly answering Q4. Yes, database for everything. Creates overhead, but the real culprit isn't database count, it's schema decisions per capture. Every required field is a tax. Every multi-select with 30 options is a tax. Every relation is a tax. Discipline for V1, every database has less than 5 properties you fill in at capture time. Anything else is optional or filled later. Voice dumps from Trinity should land with maybe two fields filled. Area and date, you agents enriched later. My V1 recommendations. Here's what I'd actually build. Synthesizing both perspectives. Top level structure, home, then self, meaning, relationships, growth, work, wealth, play, community. Inbox for unsorted captures. System, databases live here. You rarely visit. The 8 area pages are dashboards that contain linked database views filtered to that area. They are not containers. Items don't live inside self. They have area equals self and surface in the self dashboard. Core databases, 4, not 7. Tasks, projects, conversations, contacts. Plus 1 supporting database. Ventures. Only because work has 3 and you need clean cross filtering. Ventures get a relation on tasks, projects, conversations only when area equals work. Outside work, ventures, relations stays empty. This is the one place ChatGPT's relational instinct earns its keep. Properties pattern. Every database has 3 consistent properties. This is what makes agents reliable. Area, venture, status, created, updated. That's the spine. Everything else is database. My strong opinion, ChatGPT's architecture is what a senior Notion consultant would build for a client who's already proven they'll use Notion daily. It's right for year 2, wrong for week 1. You explicitly told me you abandon systems. The single highest leverage thing I can do is build something you don't abandon. That means minimum viable databases, maximum select property and simplicity, dashboards over deep navigation, and mobile survivable. We can graduate to ChatGPT's vision in 6 months. Once the muscle memory is built, Notion's relational features mean we can add complexity without migrating data. Architecture should follow usage. Ready to lock this V1. Okay, so write me back a complete write-up that I will send back to ChatGPT to cross-reference. So now it's just back and forth. So once you like get them up, then it's like, Chris asked me to evaluate your proposed architecture based against my own and produce a synthesis. I'm sending this back. Like ultimately, I want to defer to Claude, even if it's the Claude chat, because it knows a much more kind of structured way. And if we're going to be reliant on Claude code, I feel better with like the deeper, or like it being the guide here versus ChatGPT, which is kind of like a cross-reference, you know, a critiquer, somebody that can think through it more deeply than I can. Okay, so from Claude, what do I want from you? Okay, so sending this back to chat using, what model is this? I don't even know. Doesn't even matter. ChatGPT Auto on May 9th. This is an excellent critique. Okay, back to code. So I sent the response back to code, or I took the code response and sent it back to chat. Or maybe I didn't do that yet. No, I asked it to download these ones. Ready to pivot back to the Notion build session whenever you are. No, we're building the app together. I'll send you back code's response to the initial prompt. So Claude gave me a very long response. Reading you, execute the Trinity prompts, step 1 discovery here at LifeOS root and report back. HTML mockups found, active prototype, reference and explorations, operator terminal mockup, LifeOS documentation. Personal memory in the AI era spans 3 physical locations: the device you're working on, the cloud services you subscribe to, and the external drives. LifeOS is the main, 8 domain structure. Design tokens identified, element, color palette, existing React, Next.js, infrastructure, stack, Next.js, React, Tailwind, TypeScript, Anthropic SDK integration, OpenAI SDK integration, directly relevant for TTS. Post file structure for the new React app. Memory layout, Trinity writes. Writing in the system personal, Trinity conversations. Okay, so we're sending this back to chat. Long conversation, got it, standing by, send close response. Back to ChatGPT to see what it said about Claude's proposal in response to its conversation. This is a very good synthesis, and I think we're converging. I agree with your thesis. The biggest risk is not technical limitation, it's abandonment through operational friction. You correctly identified that my initial proposal leaned toward architecturally ideal relational graph rather than minimum viable cognitive load for a first-time Notion operator. That said, I want to push back on 3 areas where I think overcorrection towards simplicity could create downstream pain. Areas as select versus database. I mostly concede this point for V1. Your strongest argument is actually not UX, it's ontology. The 8 areas are stable, finite, canonical, taxonomy-like. That makes them closer to enums than entities. For V1, using area select is probably the correct move, especially because mobile friction matters. However, I still think we should architect with an upgrade path in mind, meaning standardized exact area names, no duplicate spelling, no emoji inconsistencies, no free-form tagging, because there's a decent chance areas eventually do become entities once metrics, energy tracking, review systems, or agent-generated analytics emerge. I agree with cutting it from V1. Your argument is stronger, blah, 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 not just a page. Inbox should be a real database, not just a page. This is the one place I'd push back hardest. Why? Because Trinity voice capture changes the game completely. Chris is going to generate fragmented thoughts, ideas, reflections, commands, tasks, strategy, emotional processing, random inspirations. Everything must immediately become task, project, conversation, contact, etc. And cognitive sorting pressure returns immediately. That creates the abandonment risk. I now think the architecture should include inbox database. Properties, title, type, area, captured at, source. That's it. Inbox becomes the raw intake layer. Core databases, inbox, tasks, projects, conversations, contacts. Supporting ventures, area, select enum property. This is now materially leaner than my original proposal while still preserving the unified graph philosophy, where I think your synthesis is strongest. Your best insight architecture should follow usage, not precede it. That's the correct governing principle for Chris. Okay, this feels like the right V1. So now I'm going to copy this back to Claude chat related to this piece. Strong response from ChatGPT. It pushed back in exactly the right place, and I think it's right. Let me tell you where I land. On the inbox database, ChatGPT is correct, and I missed it. I had inbox as a page in my proposal. ChatGPT is right that this is wrong, and the reasoning is sharper than I gave it credit for at first read. The key insight, voice first capture cannot tolerate schema certainty at capture time. When Trinity dumps a fragment into Notion, it doesn't yet know if that fragment is a task, a project seed, a conversation node, a contact mention, or just a thought. Forcing classification at the moment of capture is exactly the cognitive friction that makes systems unsurvivable. Page-based inbox can't do this work. It can't be filtered by area. Page-based inbox. Track process status across many items. A database inbox does all of this, and critically, it's the buffer between probabilistic capture and structured storage, which is exactly what an agent-orchestrated system needs. I'm also persuaded by the deeper point, agents are probabilistic and asynchronistic. They will sometimes misclassify. They will sometimes need a human in the loop confirmation. Inbox is where that happens cleanly. On areas as immutable enums, agreed with worth formalizing. ChatGPT's upgrade path framing is right. I want to be explicit. The 8 select areas are written down once exactly with consistent casing and never edited free form from inside an item. Final architecture, same thing we talked about. Home, self-meaning, relationships, growth, work, wealth, play, community. Core databases, 5 inbox tasks, top level structure, core databases, inbox tasks, projects, conversations, contacts, supporting database, ventures, relation target for work items, taxonomy area, single select, 8 immutable enum values, venture, relation, populated only when area equals work. My read on this convergence, ChatGPT and I have landed in the same place from opposite directions. It started architecturally ideal and pulled towards survivability. I started survivability first and pulled toward agent readiness. The inbox database is the place where its instinct produced something I genuinely missed, and I'd rather acknowledge that cleanly than defend my original miss. We're done debating architecture, ready to move to phase 2. Exact database schemas and build order. Before I draft schemas, one quick question that affects how I write them. When I propose phase 2, do you want it as a single comprehensive document? I write here in chat, then you can paste back to ChatGPT for a final cross. When I produce phase 2, a working build grade formatted for you to follow step by step in Notion with me available to answer. I'd like to send one complete spec back to ChatGPT so we are all on the same page. I have 3 perspectives going here: the human perspective, Claude perspective, and ChatGPT perspective. Phase 2 specification, database schemas, and build order. So I'm telling now ChatGPT, or we're going to tell ChatGPT what our game plan is now to build out the Notion system, which is what I really felt like I needed most as my productivity suite. Okay, so it's building me that back to the app, which is the bigger task. Send that back. 2 questions for you while code drafts the system. Excellent code did exactly the right thing. This is a really thorough discovery, and the half points surfaced are the right ones. Let me walk you through how I'd answer each. My recommendations on the 6 halt points: build directory, element, palette, prototype, canon values, memory layout, single dir, life OS root, stack byte and React 18, TS, Tailwind, Express sidecar. This is the right stack for tonight. CRA is deprecated. Byte's faster than the modern default. Express sidecar over Tori Electron keeps you in the browser where mobile testing is trivial. Keeps API keys, PWA manifest for full screen, drift acknowledgement, single LLM for V0. Confirm but documented. Your canon described a 2 LLM trinity: Claude for structure filing, ChatGPT for prose and conversation. Tonight, MVP simplifies to Claude orchestrates, and OpenAI for voice only. That's the right call for tonight. You need something talking by the end of the night, not architectural purity. Just have code add a known divergences. 2 things code surface that deserve real attention. Trinity character voice spec is genuinely greenfield. Trinity character voice spec is generally greenfield. Code flag this honestly. Your canon explicitly names this as highest priority content gap. Tonight's system prompt is going to be a first draft of something that will become foundational canon. Work has 5 ventures, not 3. Draft Trinity's system prompt for my review before scaffolding any code. Pull from. Okay, so send that back. 2 questions for you. Is users Chris Porto Life OS correct? Confirm are all 5 work ventures truly active or just 3? All right, so it just wants me to send this back to it. Okay, send this back to Claude. I've then got The synthesis sent back to ChatGPT. No, I don't yet. So going back to chat in a different chat window about the Notion setup to get ChatGPT to sign off on this build spec for the Notion database, Notion work productivity suite. So copy and paste this guy back to chat. Confirmation. So it says, this is excellent. I'd sign off on this V1 almost entirely. Claude successfully found the right balance. Enough structure for future agents, little enough complexity for behavioral adherence, and a clear migration path into a more relational future later. My remaining pushback is small but important. I think this is now a generally strong V1, and I'd sign off on 90% of it as is. The architecture now feels operationally survivable, mobile safe, voice compatible, and extensible without premature complexity. I think Chris could actually live inside this system daily, which is the real test. My responses to the 3 open questions: conversations.tags, open multi-select versus constrained taxonomy. I think your instinct is correct. Leave it open in V1, but I'd add one governance rule. Only humans create new tags. Agents can apply existing tags, but cannot invent new ones. Human created taxonomy and agent reuse is the right symmetry. I would also hide tags from most default views. The organizational spine is area. Tags should remain secondary metadata. Do not delete. Strong agreement, do not delete. You correctly identified that inbox is not merely a staging area. It's an intake log, provenance, layer debugging, substrate, and eventually training data for Trinity orchestration. This becomes enormously valuable later. I would add one thing: processed at date property. Keep home minimal. Database view, buttons, templates at the very top. Because the behavioral loop we want is thought capture with near zero friction, especially on mobile. So someday, blah, blah, blah. Most importantly, that's the right foundation for Chris. I think Chris can now move into phase 3, actual node. Okay, provide me one final send to Claude based on your feedback here. Okay, so sending this over to Claude. So I'm taking trust that multiple intelligences communicating, the leading LLMs communicating and figuring out what is the best approach for all of this stuff seems pretty much right. Final V1 specification locked from Claude to Chris with full ChatGPT sign off integrated, status ready to build. All 4 of ChatGPT's refinements are accepted. Let me explain why each one earns its place. The 4 refinements accepted: tag governance, humans create, agents apply only. Tag governance, inbox, processed at, date, detected archive view, quick capture zone at top of home. Project status someday replaces idea. Subtle but correct. Idea overlaps semantically with inbox. Someday carries the GTD lineage and communicates acknowledged but not operationalized, clearly adopted. Block V1 specification, build order, hidden home, system page, ventures database, contacts database, inbox database, task database, projects database, conversations database, 8 area dashboards, home dashboard, inbox top level shortcut. Global conventions, standard property names, name, area, status, created, updated. The 8 area enum, database 1, ventures, name, status, description, created. Initial rows, Ethereum, Futurescape, personal brand views, all ventures. Database 3 inbox, views, database 4 tasks, database 5 projects, views, conversations, page body, full transcript, home dashboard, quick capture, inbox triage, today, recent conversations, active projects, area dashboards, work dashboard, agent readiness layer, out of scope for V1, why this works, the architecture has, and critically nothing here traps you. This is the correct V1 for your ready for V3. When you're ready to build, tell me and I'll produce the step-by-step Notion construction walkthrough. Set, button click, settings, property configurations, and view set build order. How do you want to work through the build? Desktop or mobile. All right, so just so that we're on the same page with Claude or ChatGPT, sending this one back for the final specification locked. Ikamoose, ganja smuggling. Okay, so ChatGPT says go. Is this all manual setup at first with Notion? Or is there a way to work with chat code to create what we need to simply upload to Notion? You have 3 realistic paths here, and for your specific situation, I'd strongly recommend a hybrid approach. Option 1 is manual build in Notion, safest. You manually create pages, databases, properties, views, relations, templates. Pros, you actually learn the system, you understand where everything lives, easier to troubleshoot later, less API authentication complexity, better intuition for future AI orchestration. Cons, takes several hours, repetitive setup work, easy to make small inconsistency. Full programmatic via Notion API, not recommended yet. Claude Code or ChatGPT could generate API scripts, JSON payloads, database creation logic, relation wiring, templates, seeded records. Then you run scripts against the Notion API. Extremely fast once working, fully reproducible infrastructure. Future infrastructure as code potential, agent native architecture. Cons, requires Notion API integration setup, internal integration token, hard to visually iterate while learning. Most importantly, you would skip learning the actual ergonomics of Notion. That's dangerous for a first-time operator. Recommended hybrid bootstrap. This is what I'd do if I were architecting this with you. Manually create top-level pages, system pages, that's 6 databases, only the foundations. This teaches you Notion navigation, linked views, relations, mobile behavior, what feels right. This probably takes 2 to 4 focused hours. Step 2, use Claude, ChatGPT to generate all the specs, templates, conventions, configurations, checklists, import CSVs, starter data, icon systems, SOP docs. This massively reduces setup thinking. Step 3, later use API automation for Trinity ingestion, transcript imports, task extraction, agent workflows, synchronization, analytics. That's when the API becomes worth it. What you can import easily right now, CSV imports, very viable. Claude ChatGPT can generate ventures, contacts, projects, tasks. You import directly into Notion database, great for seeding structure. What AI can generate for you right now very effectively, exact schema. What AI cannot reliably do without engineering. Smoothly create polished Notion workspaces automatically, wire all relations perfectly, create sophisticated filtered views reliably, preserve visual UX quality. This still benefits enormously. My strong recommendation, do not over automate the initial build. This first build is not just infrastructure creation, it is cognitive mapping, behavioral calibration, operational embodiment. You're learning how you think, how you capture, how you retrieve, how you operationalize. What I would recommend next, I'd recommend having Claude generate a 3-phase build walkthrough. That's probably the highest leverage next outcome. Starter CSVs, minimal template specs, future API architecture doc. So I'm going to send this back to Claude. Okay, so ChatGPT signed off officially. I then asked for best, most efficient way to set this all up. Here's what it had to say. All right, so while that's generating, back to the bigger task. Send that back. 2 questions for you. Send that back already? Draft code did its homework, pulled directly from Canon, yada yada. Uh, um, feedback from code sent back to Claude chat. First draft. This is about building the app. Single declared open line per day. Body's the door today. Body's the door today. What's in front of you? Today is feeling. What's moving in you? Expand the prompts examples to 4 to 5 tonight. 2 examples isn't enough. Scaffolding. What's underneath that is part you keep coming back to is what you almost said was what's true about this that you haven't said yet is. Prompt says say less once at the end. But the deeper can move, and one of the most powerful things Trinity can do is let silence work. Add to the voice section. Silence is a tool. Sometimes the right reflection is, Sometimes the right move after the practitioner finishes is to wait, not to ask. Don't fill space because space feels uncomfortable. Practitioner's next sentence is often more honest than your next question. When the practitioner is in acute distress, drop the structured elicitation. Mirror what you heard simply. Acknowledge the weight of what they're carrying. If the distress involves harm to self or others, gently name that this is bigger than the practice and that talking with a person who can be physically present matters. You are not a therapist. You are not a crisis line. Don't pretend to be. This isn't code being negligent. It's an oversight in my original prompt to code. My suggested response to code, iteration round 2, focus changes, voice register. Send that back. 2 things I want to flag for you personally before we move on. The distract section is not negotiable. I should have included it in the original prompt. The opening lines are the brand. Those 7 lines I drafted are off the cuff. They're meant to be starting point, not the final cut. They'll set the tone of every Ethereum experience anyone ever has. Worth coming back to with real intention later this week. Good enough gets us moving. Good enough. That's the motto. One more piece of art that I think might go there. Back to Notion. ChatGPT's recommendation is sound, and I agree with it almost entirely. One sharper take from me before I get to work, where I agree completely. Hybrid bootstrap is correct. The reasoning is right. This first build isn't just infrastructure, it's cognitive mapping. I need to feel Notion's ergonomics in my hands. Skipping that via API scripts would save hours, but cost you the operator intuition that makes everything downstream work. including the eventual Trinity integration, which you can't architect well if you don't know how Notion actually behaves. Don't over automate V1. The behavioral embodiment point is the real one. You're not just a building tool. You're forming the muscle memory of how you capture, retrieve, and operate. Scripts can't do that for you. CSV seeding for bulk records is the right shortcut. This is the one place automation pays off without costing learning. Still build the schema by hand, where the learning lives, then bulk load records, which is just data entry. But I'd push back slightly. ChatGPT lists 4 deliverables for the next move: phase 3 build walkthrough, starter CSVs, template specs, future API architecture doc. I'd cut number 4 for this round. Order. Reasoning. The API architecture doc is exactly the kind of speculative future scaffolding we agreed to avoid in V1. You will design Trinity integration better once you've used Notion for 30 to 60 days and know what the actual data flows feels like. Writing the API doc now means making decisions on assumptions that lived experience will overturn, defer. Also, template specs should come after you've built the database, not before. Templates are easier to write when you're looking at the actual property list in Notion, not as a spec document. So I'd reorder. Phase 3 build walkthrough, starter CSVs, template specs. Do scoping questions. Build mode. 3 options for my last messages. Pick one. Full walkthrough document. You build solo and ping me if stuck. Section by section. You build each piece and confirm before I send. Live click by click pairing. You have Notion open and we go in real time. B. A, risks you getting stuck silently abandoning. C, is slow and exhausting for 2 to 4 hour build. Gives you confirmation checkpoints. Build platform. Are you building on desktop or mobile? Desktop for the build itself. Those sound right. Whisper flow. Those sound right to me. Why don't you go ahead and proceed with B, build mode, and I'm building the platform on desktop. Let's do this in such a way where we can send this back to ChatGPT as well. Whisper flow is pretty good. Keep losing myself where I'm at with these side builds. Might take Age of AI is a lot of just coordinating back and forth between these intelligences. Either blocking minor observations, the open retention code flag is real but smaller than it sounds. The problem is a build problem, not a prompt problem. Code's right to flag it. One tiny thing I'd consider around 3. You recall the memory awareness section has great example line. Last week, a role landed as witness, founder, samurai. Where is that now? Be 0.2, move to the 4 pressure test exchange. Okay, sending the Notion build walkthrough back to chat. It's a very good walkthrough. Claude is doing exactly the right thing by pacing the build, introducing concepts gradually, a couple quick meta observations before you start. The emotional feel of the sidebar matters more than people realize. You're building a cognitive environment, not just a database stack. One tiny refinement I'd personally make. Instead of system, I might consider underscore system. Why? Because visually appears infrastructure from the spaces. Do not migrate old content into this build. Claude's current version is completely fine. I strongly agree with do not migrate old content into this build. That's extremely important. You're not porting legacy chaos into a new system. You're establishing ontology, behavioral systems. That's a different thing. At this point, I would stop architecting and simply execute the build. Okay, give me a response back to from chat GPT after doing last response. Build this bad boy. All 4 of ChatGPT's notes are good. Quick reactions, then we proceed on the 4 notes. Underscore systems, going to adopt that. Don't migrate legacy content. Current focus, block on home. Defer to day 30, noted. Stop architecting, start building. Updated section 1, single change. The only modification to your build instructions in steps 1.6, name the page with the underscoring. Set up system. Final sidebar option, go build section 1. The walkthrough is locked. Open Notion on desktop and execute section 1 with the system tweak. before I start building in Notion, we're gonna go back to the app. Running VO2 through the 4 scenarios. Practitioner turns written as voice transcribed messy speech, incomplete sentences, hesitations, false starts. So this is the starting state. Read the 4 exchanges twice. Code did a genuinely good work here. Those test exchanges aren't theoretical, they're texture. The trinity that shows up in them is recognizably the trinity you've been describing for months. That's a meaningful sign. Let me give you my read, then a recommendation. What landed? The first time opener exchange is the strongest. When the practitioner lands, I'm in the wrong shape for the life I'm in. And Trinity responds with, stay there. That's exactly the move. Most LLMs would have pivoted to elicitation immediately. The restraint is the practice. If Trinity does that 80% of the time in real use, you've built something real. The decision paralysis Thursday exchange is also strong, particularly the close tomorrow morning. Yes. No, congratulations. The mirror is the seal. That's canon. The grief exchange shows the distress section working. I can hold this with you. I'm not the voice that tells you what to do. That's the honest limit naming the canon asks for and it landed. What I'd tighten before scaffolding. Code flagged 4 drift candidates and was honest about them. I think 2 of them are worth fixing now. Fix now. Distress band calibration. Tick risk, defer to real data, sharp question, we burnout, discipline, my recommendation, DVO3 with the 2 fixes. Suggested response to Claude, code. Send this back. And proceed directly to scaffolding. Send that back. Once code shows you V0.3 and starts scaffolding, the work shifts mode from prompt craft to actual code execution. You'll get to the point pretty quickly where the next signal is running it, not reading more drafts. One thing worth pausing to acknowledge, what you just did in the last hour with code is the practice itself. Iterative refinement, mirroring back what Trinity should be, holding the line on canon, deferring premature optimization. The build process is itself a working Trinity exercise. Role, you as canon holder, context, Saturday night, building toward proof, direction, a Trinity that exists by tomorrow. The system is already starting to function on you before the system exists. Sounds pretty good, right? All right, so back to chat to build the Notion out. I'm going to create a new air camera focus preview. So I'm going to add image capture, video capture device, screen capture. 03. Right now. This is Notion. So here's Notion. Let's just check code. Let's bring a lot back. Send me what I should in Notion. Ready to build. Notion build session start here. Open Claude Chat and ChatGPT Chat in 2 separate tabs. Mitigate. I have an existing operating structure. System. Master Notion workspace movement. So it's telling me to run both ChatGPT and Claude. How to use the two AIs in parallel, run both. Notice what they do differently, where they agree, high confidence do it. This is itself a Trinity move, using multiple intelligences in parallel. Ground rules for yourself. Don't get stuck choosing. Both AIs give a workable structure. Just pick one and start building. So I'm sending this back to chat. Okay, let's stick with this thread and you give me, and so go ahead and use that. Got it. Switching modes. I'm now your Notion architecture consultant. We're building this together click by click. Before we touch anything, one quick check. Are you logged into Notion right now with a fresh empty workspace? Or are you working inside an existing workspace that already has stuff in it? This matters because fresh workspace. Fresh workspace other than one to-do task. Which was just a test. This is my first time setting up or working in Notion. I'll move slow and explain why as we go, so you actually learn Notion, not just follow instructions. Quick orientation before we build. 3 Notion concepts you need to internalize before we touch anything. They're simple, but everything depends on them. Pages, like Word documents. They hold text, images, and other pages. Pages can contain pages, nesting. The 8 Life OS domains will be top-level pages. Databases, like spreadsheets, but each row is also a page you can open. Databases hold structured data, tasks, projects, context. They live inside pages. The sidebar, left side, your navigation. The 8 domains will appear here as top-level items. You expand them to see what's inside. That's it. Pages, databases, sidebar. First, delete the task. You mentioned you have a test to do. Let's clean house first. Click the test task in your sidebar. When it opens, look at the top right of the page. Click the ... Click delete. Put that in notes. I like doing step by step porting back done. That's exactly the right rhythm. Step, do, report, next step. We'll keep that pattern the whole way. Phase one, step one, create the first domain page. We're going to create your 8 LifeOS domain pages one at a time, starting with inbox. A naming decision first. I recommend keeping the numeric prefixes. So Notion sidebar mirrors your file system exactly, same names in both places, no mental translation costs when an agent or you is moving between them. Now do this. In the left sidebar, hover over the section that says private. I'm gonna send a screenshot. Screenshots are really how the system operates. Just so we are on the same page, here's the snapshot before I delete the one task. This is our starting. So getting eyes on what I'm looking at for Claude is essential. Good, that screenshot is helpful. Let me reorient before we delete anything, because what I see is more than just one test task. We need to clear a few things. What I see in your workspace. Your sidebar shows several items under private. I didn't even see where private is. Projects. Oh, private. Projects. Welcome to Notion. To-do list. The tests you mentioned currently open. It's a database, not a single task. Plus default Notion features in the sidebar. Meetings, agents, Notion mail, Notion calendar, library tasks, my tasks. Those are built into Notion, not things you created. We'll leave those alone. The to-do list is actually a database with several test tasks inside it. The checkboxes you see, Notion templates default to creating databases for things like to-dos. Good to know. You'll be making lots of these soon. Clean slate first. 3 things to delete. Let's clear all 3 user created items so we start truly fresh. Right click on this, move to trash, move to trash, move to trash, move to trash. Report back when all 3 are gone, then we'll start building all 3 gone. We call it murder. Phase 1, step 1, create inbox. Naming, reminder, we're keeping the numeric prefixes. Do this in the left sidebar, hover over private. Add page. New blank page opens in an area. Name box. And so what I'm going to do is just, as I'm going through, take snapshots of the page. One small thing, Notion auto-capitalized it. Your sidebar shows inbox, but we want exactly all caps after the underscore to match your file system. Notion has an autocorrect feature that capitalizes words, so we need to manually fix it. Okay. And very case sensitive. ignore get started with. Okay, got good. Now we knock out the other 7 domains. We use a faster pattern. Please, or phase 2, step 2, create the remaining 7. Pattern repeat 7 times. Hover, blah, blah, blah. Type the domain. Create these in order so the sidebar reads as top. Speed tip. Notion will probably autocorrect each one. After you create all 8, do a single rename pass through the sidebar to fix anything that got capitalized wrong. Your sidebar should look like. Okay. So we're doing this. So 1 self. 2 meaning. 3 relationships. Growth. Okay. So got those. So these are the 8 core areas that I think a good life consists of. And this was verified through ChatGPT and Claude and all the different frameworks that I could research on kind of the key domains of life, the 8 directions. Got it. That sidebar looks exactly right. All 9 domains. Caps in order, clean. Pause for real time check before we go deeper. It's just past midnight. You've shipped a lot tonight. Vision lock, the architecture sent Trinity. The bones are enough for tonight. 2 options. Push one more step. We're going to keep pushing for probably 2 more hours. Heard. You know your energy. I'll trust that. Let's keep building. Step 3, build out work. This is where it gets interesting. We're going to nest the 3 venture pages inside work, mirroring how active works in your file system. Naming choice for the ventures. I recommend keeping them clean. Personal brand, Ethereum, Futurescape. Do this. Click work. In the main page area, the empty body of the page, type / in the main page area, the empty body of the page, type / menu will pop up showing block names. Notion can insert. Type page. Filter. Click page from the menu. One that says it creates a subpage. A new subpage is created. Type through title. Personal. Hit enter, then click back into work. Underscore Ethereum underscore page. Okay. Okay, we need to amp up some music here. Ian Asher. Oh, what was? What's the name of the guy that I was listening to? Red again. Okay. Okay, building your first real database. A quick decision before we build the first database. This is a fork in the road and worth thinking about for 30 seconds. Where do your core databases live? 2 architectural options. Option A, centralized database is recommended. Create 1 master task database, 1 master projects database, 1 master contacts database. Each row has an area property linking to one of the 8 domains and a venture property for all work items. You can view all tasks across your whole life, or filter by area, or filter by venture. Agent friendly, distributed database. Each domain page has its own Task database, its own projects database. Ethereum has its own task. Featurescape has its own task. Personal brand has its own tasks. Strong recommendation A. When the centralized database physically live, I recommend a new top-level page called databases with the underscore prefix so it sorts to the top, mirroring your system. File system convention. All your master databases live here. Each domain page can then do questions. Confirm option A, centralized database. Okay with underscore databases. By the way, weren't we going to do an underscore system? That was what we had put into the build spec. Sharp catch. Yes, you're right. Code's discovery report named underscore system as an existing top level convention in your file system, holding architecture convention personal state. We should mirror Notion for full parity. So we actually need 2 underscores prefixed, top level pages, not 1. System contains architecture, conventions, the Life OS about Life OS, eventually any meta, documentation about how the workspace itself works, the home for your master tasks, projects, contacts, databases, both prefixed with 1. Create system and databases. Okay, so we got a private name system and underscore databases. I'm going to put system down below. So you can still see. To check code. Code has all these permissions that you have to grant it in order for it to keep running. And if you don't click continue, then it doesn't work, doesn't proceed. Create the master task database. We're going to build this inside database task first because it's the database you'll touch most often. It's the simplest schema to learn the mechanics on. Click databases. So menu pops up, database, full page. White full page, the database becomes the entire page, no other content above it in the setup. Okay, got it. Set the right properties. This is where the schema design decisions you make tonight pay dividends for years. Set up task database properties. Property in Notion is just a column in your database. Each task row will have values in each column. Schema we're building. Here are the properties we need on tasks. I'll explain each as we add them. Two of these project relation and rollups we'll add after we build the project's database. Name the default tags column. Two of these project relation and rollups we'll add after we build the project's database. Step A, rename the default tags column. Default tags column is generic. We're going to repurpose this status. Click the column header that says tags. Name. Status. Project. Relation. Okay, I've started adding the tasks, or sorry, adding the different properties, but I got to project relation, and because there's no project database, it wasn't able to let me do that. Did you set it as select type and add the 8 areas? If yes, did you use the exact names they should be?
Create two of the project relation rollups will add after we build the project's database. Labels to priority someday this week, etc. Actually, really nice touch. Makes the drop down self-explanatory. One bug to fix. Some days should be drop every day. Zero is the highest priority. Click the priority column header. Options, hover someday, click the rename it. Final priority list should read, drop everything as red. This month, yellow, blue, orange, Sunday. The master projects database now. Tasks, type database, page, title of projects, name, status, area, select, enter, select, priority, select, start date, date, target date, date, created, create time. The task relation to the next step after both TVs exist, build the properties, configure status, use these custom options instead of Notion's defaults. Not started group, idea, planned, in progress, active, complete group, done, archived. Area, status, use these custom options instead of Notion's default, not started group. Okay, so that's this one. Area. Same 9 options. Venture. Make sure these are right and same color coding as text. Projects. Okay, image one, your project's priority shows someday orange. Compare this to your task priorities. Have a sense of gradient. Drop everything. It's red. This week, it's orange. This month, yellow. Someday. And some project. Look at image three. Project's area colors look like. You need to check these against what you sent on task if they differ from standard. If the standardized colors across both databases. Okay, so areas. Box. Gray. Self. Purple. Aether. Meaning pink. Blue. Growth. Green. Work. Orange. Wealth. Yellow. Play. Red. Community. Brown. Priority. Gray. This month. Yellow. That. Status. Projects, priority colors, and clearest bug. Okay. Status. Not projects to tasks. You verify correct two names on tasks, area column. Inbox gray. Self purple. Meaning pink. Relationships blue. Growth green. Work orange. Wealth yellow. Play red. Okay, we're good to go. Should we add the projects connection to tasks? Relations. Let me explain why this matters. So relations in Notion matters a lot. What a relation actually does right now, tasks and projects are two separate spreadsheets sitting next to each other. They have no idea the other exists. A relation is bidirectional link between rows and two databases. When you connect a task to a project, the task knows which project it serves. The project knows which task belongs to it. Notion creates the link between both ways automatically. Once linked, you can open a project and see all tasks. This is what turns Notion from a fancy notes app into an actual operating system. Phase 2, step 6, wire the task projects relation. We're going to build, navigate to task database, find the plus. Type project. Type scroll to the relation. Notion will now ask select database, projects. Now you'll see a settings panel for the relation. Two important options, show on projects toggle. Relation 2, two-way relation. When in doubt, take a screenshot and send it to code. Relation. Also two relations instead of showing project. Turn on, new field will appear, and then type tasks. Relation. Relations. The look at all the related rows. In this case, I'll task them to a project and calculate something about them. The two rollups I want you to add to projects: task count, open tasks. These give you instant project health visibility. Open a project, see at a glance that there is 47 tasks, 23 open, no counting, no filtering manually. Build rollup, task count. Navigate to projects in the sidebar. Navigate to projects in the sidebar. Type rollup. Property name. Rollup. Configuration panel appears. Relation tasks. Property. Target property name. Calculate. Count. Count all. Notion gives you three display modes: number, currently selected, bar, or ring. Number is the right choice here. Save the bar or ring modes for things like progress percentages, where a visual gauge actually adds info. Report back on the column reads task count, then add the second roll up open task using the same pattern. Okay, corrected task count. Do I add open tasks to the same projects section as a new property? There, task count, total scope, how big is this project, open tasks, remaining work, how much is left. Together they tell you a project's progress at a glance. If a project shows task count 12 and open task 3, you instantly know it's 75% done. Add open tasks roll up. Open tasks. Open tasks. Target property. Relation tasks. Target property. Status. Calculate, look for count unchecked, count not empty. Count unchecked, count not empty. Version of Notion gives you exactly what you need. Count per group. That's what we want. Look at your screenshot. When you hover over count per group, it expands to show 3 sub options, matching your status groups: to do, in progress, complete, open tasks, anything that's not complete, plus in progress, to do, plus in progress. But there should only let you pick one group per roll up. Best approach, use 2 smaller roll ups. Instead of fighting Notion's single group limit, let's split this cleanly into the 2 rollups that actually matter day to day. Rename current rollup active tasks. Active tasks. Click my property name field currently says open task. Active tasks. And one more rollup. This is actually more useful than open task. Tells you what's actively being worked. And one more rollup to do tasks in progress. This one is actually more useful than open tasks. And one more roll up to do tasks. Roll up. And this is going to select one more roll up to do tasks. Click the plus at the right end of column headers. Property name to do roll up. Relation tasks. Relation tasks. Target property. Status. Calculate per group. To do. Task count.
Mm. Back to code. Trinity is built. Stop and let that land for 1 second. You started this conversation today around midday with things scattered, not very intentional. It's now clearly 1 a.m. and you have an LLM orchestrated voice interface running on your machine, ready to wake up. A canonical system prompt you iterated through 3 rounds and pressure tested a Notion workspace with the bones of your entire life OS. Structure 2 connected databases with rollups and color standardized schemas, 2 foundational documents, transcript and synthesis, plus a reusable template, 7-day journey ready to begin tomorrow. This is a real Saturday's work. Quick read on Code's final report. Code did everything you asked. A few observations on what they delivered. The scaffold is clean. 25 files. Type check passes. npm install successful. Hot reloadable system prompt is a smart move. Means you can iterate Trinity's voice in real time tomorrow without restarting anything. Prompt is caching is wired correctly, so hour-long sessions may stay cheap. First time opener decision is yours. Code is asking whether you want tonight to fire. Welcome, I'm Trinity. Where would you like to begin? The no prior memory opener, or whether you want to force the Sunday opener early. My recommendation, let the first time opener fire tonight. This is your first ever Trinity session. It deserves to be the first session. Tomorrow morning, Sunday session, the real day 1 of the 7-day experiment, gets the Sunday opener. Don't collapse the 2. The 4 flag limitations are all v0.1 plus work, save on end, not autosave, no interrupt, gestures, shimmer, voice, no Android, none blocking, all real. Pause before you run it. You're at the moment of truth. The system you've been building for months is about to make a sound for the first time. 3 thoughts before you tap the orb. Run it tonight, but don't run a real session tonight. It's nearly 1 a.m. You've been generative for 12 plus hours. Tap the orb. Hear Trinity say her first words. Exchange 2 to 3 turns to confirm it works. Then end the session. Go to bed tomorrow morning fresh. Do the real first Sunday session. The proof of concept matters more than the technical confirmation. Don't squander. The voice you're about to hear is canon information. OpenAI Shimmer is the default. Listen to whether it feels right. If it doesn't, you have 5 other voices to try. Take a couple minutes tomorrow to find Trinity's actual voice. It's a foundational decision. Notion can wait until tomorrow. You hit the milestone of wiring tasks. Your final steps tonight. Open terminal. Navigate to Trinity v0. Set up and buy local copy and run this in your Anthropic API key and open API run npm run dev. npm run dev. We'll skip dev mobile for tonight. Your laptop browser is fine for the technical. Tap the orb. Hear Trinity say her first words. Exchange 2 to 3 max. Confirm she sounds alive. End session. Verify a file was written to close the loop. Laptop. Sleep. Tomorrow morning is Sunday. Guidance day. The first real session. The system you spent today building meets the practitioner it was built for. That's the moment that actually matters. Open in VS Code terminal.
right, so VS Code. One window, you can see the code. Open the project folder, VS Code. Drag the Trinity V0 folder into your VS Code icon. Open. Drag the Trinity VS folder onto your icon or in VS Code file open folder. Navigate to LifeOS, Work, Active, Ethereum, Active, Ethereum, App, Trinity V0, Open. Mac shortcut control, the terminal is set up environmental local, local. And VS Codes file explorer left side, click on my local. Let's see something like API OS root. Get your API keys if you don't have them handy. Okay, I gotta get my API keys. Create key, Ethereum, Trinity. Copy key. Open API, open AI. npm run dev. Should see Vite start on 513. Express, localhost, open on your browser. Okay. So for the live stream, we're going to switch over to Chrome browser. All right, here we go. Report back when you have the orb on screen or stop me at any step that doesn't go smoothly.
Trinity, you there?
Trinity API failed.
Really need to get a better chair. It's such a bummer. I bought this chair cheap. Well, the Trinity API failed, and it was interesting that Notion popped up to transcribe. Cancel. Things happen. Let's untangle them. What I see, image one, Trinity is alive, but the API call failed. Good news first, the orb works, the UI rendered, the system prompt loaded, microphone listening worked, and your speech got transcribed. Trinity, you there? Perfect first words, by the way. That means almost the whole pipeline is functional. The failure is at API Trinity call, meaning when Trinity tried to call the Anthropic API to generate a response, that's a backend error, almost certainly one of missing or invalid Anthropic API key. API key has no credit on it. Server didn't restart after you saved. Check the server logs in your VS Code terminal. Look at what Express server printed when the API Trinity call failed. The error message will tell exactly what's wrong. So VS Code is what we're using to manage our
By the way, the simple conversations should be using Chat GPT API and only Claude when there's real to be done.
two things, the immediate bug on the architectural point. Critical, your API keys are exposed. Real Anthropic and Open API keys are visible in the screenshot. I can read them so anyone who sees this conversation screenshot or transcribe. You did the right intent. Paste the keys into a config file, but the file you're showing me is environment example, not environment local. Difference matters. He pasted real keys in the public template file. Those keys are now compromised. Anyone can see that screenshot, or the eventual GitHub repo can use them to spend money on your accounts. Fix now in this order. Edit, remove the real keys, restore placeholders. Should look like this. Okay, so I did it in the wrong section. Okay, question is, where is the environment local file?
Is the in local folder. So we have to create the environmental local file. Okay, so created the environmental local. Create your new key here. Parts save command. Command S. So restarted. This one. Delete the real keys you put in there. Restore the placeholders. It should end up looking exactly like the block that's above. Control C to stop the current server. Server should now npm run dev. Hey, don't paste the new keys back in here. Just confirm the file exists.
Still not working. Give me a prompt. Code. Okay, I'm gonna go back to that at some point. Now the system has lost. What is going on? Overloading the system right now.
Welcome. I'm Trinity. Where would you like to begin?
Let's make sure this is on OBS here. Hi, Trinity. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. What's alive in you this morning?
Well, it's 1:30 and this is the first time that I'm speaking to Trinity as an AI that I have manifested with a lot of diligence.
A lot of diligence to get here. What's the first thing you want this to do for you?
Well, you are the primary interaction point to the whole Ethereum ecosystem that we're creating.
Say more about what you mean by we.
Well, it's going to be you and I having daily conversations in order to manage my whole life with intention.
So this is the beginning of something you've been building toward. What's the most important thing for me to know about you right now?
Well, I'm curious if you have awareness of the whole Life OS system and the canon that we've been creating for Ethereum as a whole and Chris Porto as the first instance?
I have what's in my instructions: the Trinity canon, the 5 dimensions, the 7-day rhythm, the 3 perennial questions. What I don't have yet is you, your current answers to role, context, direction. That's what we build together. So, who are you right now?
Well, that's pretty cool. I think we can say, well, Trinity is alive. Trinity is alive. She's alive. Read what she said back to you. I have what's in my instructions: the Trinity canon, the 5 dimensions, the 7-day rhythm, the 3 perennial questions. What I don't have yet is you, your current answers to role, context, direction. That's what we'll build together. So who are you right now? That is canonically perfect Trinity. Read what's there. She named the limits of her knowledge with precision. She located what's missing, not data about you, but you. She closed with the first perennial question, role, exactly as the canon describes. The rhythm, declaration, then pause, then question, no greeting, no warmth performance, no exclamation points, no I'd love to help. Voice register, grounded, present, oriented. 6 months of canon, 3 rounds of system prompt iteration, 4 pressure test exchanges, and full night of building. And the first words out of her mouth: pass the tests. Stop here tonight. You've already won the night. Don't try to do more. 3 things, then close the laptop. Tap end session, confirm a file gets written to that. That's your proof. Let's confirm that end session. Session saved. Write down what just happened, even just one sentence, and notes out. At 1:27 a.m. on May 10th, 2026, Trinity spoke for the first time. She asked who I am right now. Mark the moment. You'll want it later. And it's there. The whole pipeline works. Look at the path and the breadcrumb. Trinity wrote her first conversation to disk in the exact file OS folder structure code design with both .md and .json. The file named slug, hi Trinity, nice to meet you, was Trinity generated from the conversation content. That's the system reading itself. You can also see the canonical Trinity moves all over that script. Say more about what you mean by we. Exactly the I to we maturation work the canon describes. What's the important thing? System isn't just running, it's working as designed. What you've done tonight, for the record, in about 14 hours of generative work, capture the foundational Saturday walk vision into script synthesis, iterated Trinity system prompt through 3 rounds of pressure tests, stood up the Life OS skeleton in Notion with 2 connected databases, rollups, standardized color schemes, scaffolding, a working
voice first React app with Express, Sidecar, Anthropic, OpenAI orchestration, hot reloadable system prompt and prompt caching, debug the donative gotcha and got Trinity's first session capture your local OS. And Trinity's first words back to you contain the line, "What I don't have yet is you, your current answers to role, context, direction. That's what we'll build together." The system is asking the right question. Now she gets to learn the answer over the next 7 days. Close the laptop. It's 1:30. You ship. The conversation file exists. Tomorrow morning is Sunday. The opener flips. The first real session begins. I think I got wrapped up in different threads. Okay. Well, I'm pretty pleased with getting something up like this, even though it's not is the central region. For closing up, I do want to close out our efforts with Notion. I didn't mean to copy and paste the code related stuff in this thread. But I did.